Yeah, it allows, it'll pulse traffic through there so people can get out of that congested area. It's not just me. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Yeah, there was that one, and also, just talk about it.
Hello. Sorry, what are those papers for me?
Yeah, there's not another, yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that.
Assessor, how are you? Good. Better than their pot.
Oh, you a huge thanks, Ryan. You doing all right? Good. You're doing great. Thank you so much. Great, sir. I was Mr. Chatside. Yeah, just my foot started fighting this morning. Vision about this disease.
What I like about it is it's not bumpy at all. It's just like the water hose. Yeah, that's right. It's a fairway shot. I'm trying to make it exciting.
You have to go rub it down and stay away.
So it's like a 3 par on a 6 iron. Just one.
Sure.
Hello, how are you doing?
No, it's on the night. Which is good because we're still working with you. And I want to get you coming in.
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today with open hearts and open minds. Thank you again for one more beautiful day on this earth that we serve. I pray that each and every decision made here today is in your master plan. It fits with our community and our nation that we work with and live here in this beautiful country. Again, bless our first responders and our military. Keep them safe from harm. Guide and watch over each decision here made today. These things I ask in thy name. Amen. Amen. Here.
Diane Jordan. Here. Todd McDaniel.
Here.
Chad Sargent.
Here.
Brenda Walters. Here. Motion carried, or on present.
Recognition of guests, thank you guys for coming. Okay, item number 6, public comment. Who we have on public comment?
We have Crystal for 90,
9B.
21, and 18.
Which ones did you say?
9B, 21, and 18.
Ready? Okay, on the town administrator report, if it's not on there, I would like to know if y'all could find out what the status of open records requests are. There's multiple specifically regarding text messages and emails that have been going on for months that haven't been responded to. On number 18, we didn't get to see the vehicle, what are the changes? So if you could explain a little bit when y'all get there on the changes. Will all the chiefs, assistant chiefs be held to the same standard? Are they gonna be allowed to take their kids to activities and churches and pick them up to drop them off at school? Because I get a lot of videos from people showing kids in cars and girlfriends in cars. And then number 21, Greenling, Chinook, halibut. When you're talking about Chinook, I'd like for you to be very specific because the original plan was to go all the way down past 463 to where it turned to Rock Road, and it stopped at the top of the hill. It has not been resumed since February. And 2 of my neighbors specifically came to me and said that they had a conversation with Adam Boston, town administrator, who said that that part of the road will not be done until I shut up. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, is there?
That is it.
Consent docket. File items considered routine for board of trustees. Discussion desired on any item, this item can be removed from the consent docket and considered separately. We have items July 1st, 15th. Do you have any questions or concerns? Not, we get a motion to approve the consent docket.
Everybody good? Make a motion to accept the consent docket as presented.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan. Yes. Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
On admin, item 9, admin reports, guys, each trustee is gonna receive a written report, and, actually, Adam's got them right here.
Yep, here's our written reports.
Yeah. So unless y'all have any questions, I just wanna go ahead and, or a significant update is needed, I just wanna proceed to item 10.
Can we start getting whole bunches on stuff?
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
Yep, you're welcome.
That was because we're trying to save time. I feel like
They're not having the reports out, but Brenda said she'd like for the public to hear the reports.
Okay, item 10, discussion, consideration, possible action to open the Hochtown public hearing for comments and questions pertaining to the proposed zoning regulations for the town of Hochtown. Need a motion?
I make a motion to open the Hochtown public hearing.
I'll second. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries at 1:05.
All right, who do we have?
Ready for me to start off?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just kind of give a super quick, brief overview. Kind of the main objective for these zoning regulation revisions are to create better tools to place businesses and specific types of businesses in areas where they most appropriately fit while protecting our residential areas. So we created the commercial recreation, commercial light, commercial general, that's just the baseline that we already have, and commercial heavy. Because beforehand, all we had was commercial and it was just flat out application, and so that would allow for office space that, well, there could be kind of like a commercial recreation opportunity or a commercial light opportunity with a lot of restrictions. It could have been a good fit here. But since we didn't have that tool, the only tool we had was commercial. And if you zone something commercial, you're gonna be able to throw down like an office space. And so this is to be good stewards to our neighbors and to provide better tools for our zoning capabilities.
So this is a layer that, Adam, we discussed working on, what was it, 6 months ago?
Yeah, we've been working on this for several months, actually. We've had several meetings with the planning commission. A lot of revisions, a lot of rewrites, a lot of ideas have been brought to the table. Just a mix of community effort, developers, investors, even trustees have had input on this situation as well. We have items in here like landscaping, street preservation, buffering, lighting, and signage as well.
Well,
There was an emphasis put on dark skies designation as well, so I know Brad's in here, he's been involved in a lot of it. It's been vetted pretty heavily. There's some things that all of us probably can find things in a zoning regulation that we don't necessarily agree with, but the uniform code of it all, I think the commission was satisfied with it, Adam and I certainly are satisfied with it. So, we put it forward and then we revise as we go if we find those things.
I have a couple
Go ahead.
comments, questions, comments, and under restaurant or bar, and here it's page 26, and the food truck park and mobile food units, it very well describes requirements for a food truck park. One thing I question is the statement that all mobile food units must be removed from any truck park upon closing of the park, which can be dealt with later. But my concern was that this didn't really define individual food trucks separate from a food truck park. And for instance, how many food trucks would be allowed on an individual piece of property? And I did reach out to Jessica, just to speak with her. I thought she could be here today too.
Just traveling today.
Okay. And
Oh, she on the call?
Yeah, I
She
just
made
can't
it?
make
Oh,
it
good.
to the.
Okay, great. I knew she'd be on a plane flight today.
Yeah.
She said she'd try to make it if she could.
I have her email back to me right here. Jessica,
The speaker on here isn't working very well.
Okay, so we have some technical
there's
difficulties.
any Jessica.
I just call it up. I don't know if that's easier.
Oh, this will be fine, Jessica. Where are you speaking? So we have some questions about food trucks.
Yes, and I did get your email back, and my question was, again, that I had asked you, was what about individual food trucks? And because it does say in here that they, their health permit must be displayed in a visible public. But you described to me that a food truck park is 4 or more food trucks. So that kind of makes the assumption that any business cannot have more than 3 food trucks. Otherwise it's considered a food truck park. Is that correct?
So sorry, I'm having the same audio issue that I was last week at the planning commission meeting. Is there any way someone could call me and I
Yeah,
could
we'll call
play
you.
the video and we can move that way?
I thought you were pulling it up. Okay, I'll call her.
Is it live on that?
It's the microphone on that device. That's what I've determined that it is actually, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, Adam's calling you.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Brenda, would you restate your question, please?
So it's here, and it was in the, my question is about the food truck parks and the mobile food units. And thank you for responding to my email, that did make sense to me. My concern was that this addresses a food truck park, but it doesn't necessarily address individual food trucks that are located throughout the town. And the thought that how many food trucks can be located on one particular business. And she noted to me that in this, a food truck park is described as having 4 or more food trucks. So with that thought in mind, Jessica told me that would infer that no business could have more than 3 food trucks. Is that, otherwise then they become a food truck park and have to follow the regulations of a food truck park. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do we need to describe, to state that, or just it's explicitly understood? Or anybody else have thoughts on that?
No.
Yeah.
One of the things is, as we look at all the other businesses, we'll use a Mexico's for example. Can he go put if he's got a business license for his restaurant, can he put a food truck in his parking lot, or a fish bait selling stand, or, can he have these other businesses, or is he licensed for a restaurant? So can you have a food truck in another place if your business is for something else?
You can, yes, because the food truck use is under the restaurant and bar use unit. And so because of that, if you have a restaurant and bar use unit that's permitted, you could have a food truck on your property.
Okay, so what if it's not a restaurant? What if it's a,
What if it's a dirt lot out here that's got 3 or 4 food trucks on it right now? And it's not a business, it's just a place to rent space, that's what it is.
Well, if it's already here, we can't change it.
It would depend on what the zoning
Come
is.
back to the zoning too, so even if you have an undeveloped piece of property that's zoned commercial that permits the restaurant and bar use unit, then you could technically have a food truck on there because it's permitted in that zoning district.
and Brenda, I think there's lots of questions on lots of this, and, Skip's already heard from me, Adam's already heard from me, Jessica's already heard from me. It's like, I'm good with, let's get something
Oh,
on the
definitely,
books.
yes, I'm not saying
And let's
that-
go back
yeah.
and look at some
I
of
just
these
wanted to
things.
mention
Yeah.
things,
Yeah.
and,
We discussed
so that was one thing I had.
Like I said,
And the other one I have, maybe just more of a just simple addition, under murals.
what page are you on?
Murals is on page 73.
I think I also had a discussion on yours.
Yeah, it's item 7 on page 73.
I've got items.
It's on the mid-page, 73.
Okay, gotcha. Good.
And it describes murals and, what would be required for, murals don't require a permit unless they're going to be attached to the building rather than painted on the building, was my understanding from what I've read. My concern is I don't see any mention of the ongoing maintenance of murals. And don't want some 20-year-old faded out, dilapidated mural that's on the side of the building. And I mentioned it to Jessica as well, and her reply back was that under section 20-8-2-H, it says that any display surface of all signs must be kept neatly painted or posted. But she also said that we could add the language, all murals must be maintained in good condition at all times. And I think that would be simple to add and pretty much more straightforward.
Are murals allowed on buildings that are commercial or residential?
This is a residential only.
Do what?
This is this is commercial only.
Because we're getting murals on residential.
Yeah,
That's what we're getting.
yeah, that's something that we'll have to address separately at a later date.
Okay.
This
I
is
think we should just
commercial.
make a list of things for Jessica to look at.
It is, yeah, that was actually discussed during our last planning commission meeting, was murals and signs on residential zone properties. So that is being worked right now.
Okay.
So could we approve this today with the addition of that one statement, or you want to just leave it as it is?
Yeah, well,
So does that,
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
no, I was gonna ask, does that not fall under the same guidelines that the signs do though?
Well,
If
that's
it's a
what,
commercial mural?
yeah, well, I mean, she's saying the specific language in section 28-2-H-1, so, does say the display surfaces of all signs shall be kept neatly painted and posted at all times.
Right.
So yes, you're right.
We had some discussion around it, and we ultimately, I think, what the panel decided was that those are the same.
That was enough.
Because this is all commercial zone that
Yeah.
we're talking about, then a mural would be considered a sign.
Painted sign, okay, okay.
Which would also go back to code enforcement. Keep your place neat and tidy.
Yeah.
Make them sign that down, you're neat and tidy. Okay.
All right, that's all I have.
I just want to make sure I got everything. Okay, so you would not like to add additional language clarifying the maintenance and referencing the maintenance section in the murals section. Is that correct?
I think we've agreed that your description of the maintenance of signs would include a mural because it is considered a sign.
Okay, perfect.
You got a public comment? Public hearing.
I have a question. It's public hearing.
Public hearing.
Yes, it's public hearing.
Okay. Brenda, thank you for bringing up the food truck, because that was a question that we had, because if someone has a vacant lot, like Howard said, or they have a business and they just want to bring in a food truck and they have the food service permit, what's to stop a bunch of people from putting 3 on a piece of land or a piece of property? Because we have that in several places, but there are potentials for more of that to happen if y'all don't include that language. And I apologize for missing in the last planning meeting to be able to ask that question, but I knew we had a hearing. So, because we have, even like right now, there are 2 food trucks next to Bigfoot Axe, right? They could put another one and they still wouldn't have to have another permit for that. They wouldn't have to have a special permit or become a park until they put 4. And we already have a lot of crowding in some of these places. So would y'all consider going ahead and adding some language in there that those grandfathered in, or that they have to have a permit to do those, something underneath there to stop more food trucks from just popping up in locations? Because some of them are self-sufficient, so they don't have to have electricity and water and those components there, because they just bring it with them and they pop up overnight, and then they might be gone for a couple of days, because we do have some in the town that are moving in and out. They're moving from over by the fire station to down into Broken Bow and then back into different areas. And so if you have from my understanding, and this could be wrong, if you have a multi-use permit also, and then they have a health service permit, they could possibly put a food truck or up to 3 food trucks for the weekend or for whenever at their locations. And that could be near a residential area, because we do have some of those that are commercial near residential, and we do have some that are multi-use in residential.
Yes, did
The
you?
food trucks have to be committed to the health department, and there's statutes that covers what they can do. It's not, I'm first to admit, I'm not seeing it enforced in our county, but they technically are not supposed to stay in one location more than 12 hours consecutive. That's the statute. Now,
It's a state statute.
it's in the health department. I'm gonna ask for legal help on where it's at exactly, but when you apply for a permit for a food truck, that's part of the regulation that's given to you in the documentation from the health department. It tells you that specifics. Then there's a distinction that needs to be made between a mobile vendor and a food truck. Those are two different things, guided by two different sets of statutes. So, because you don't have to be permitted necessarily to have a mobile vendor. They could be selling T-shirts, flags, I mean, you name it. So there's some guidance that we need around how much of those kiosk type businesses we do allow. And I don't know if that language is in here.
That differentiation.
And so you have, because I'm trying not to name businesses, but you have some that are set up with the mobile food truck component, but they've been there for weeks. And they're at a business, but they're not at they're not a food truck park. But then we have some that are set up in that mobile capacity and they are moving. They may not be moving every 12 hours like state statute, but they are moving. And then we have some that are set up like the ones that are there permanently and are adding on and putting porches around them and all of those. So if they're doing all of that, aren't they then considered a different kind of business versus a food truck?
That would only be allowed in a park, in a food truck park. It's the only way you can do those things you just described.
But we have that here.
I understand.
Yeah.
These are zoning regulations that are not approved.
Well, I know, but there's potential for people to add some things on for that.
I agree, yeah. So there's some other, there's gonna be some other things. We're gonna address adjustments and revisions to this as we go. And this is a good one, because I do agree that it's a visible problem.
But if that's not added now, then we're waiting months before some other kind of language is added into that. And in the meantime, then people set up and then they get grandfathered in and then there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, that's where we are right now with some of these.
Well, as it stands right now, the way it's written, if you have more than 3, you're considered a food truck park. So at least we have some.
Yeah, but they're setting them up with 2. Or they're setting them up with 3. It's not, until they get to 4, they're not a food truck park.
You have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't have a solution for that.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's for continued conversation with the planning commission.
Go ahead.
I was gonna just add, I mean, I'll be the first to admit that there are some things that we still need to address in this, but we didn't want to hold the entire packet back, or, and don't disagree on this, but one element out of multitude of elements is not worth holding back.
And I'm not saying holding it back.
It's
I'm just
important
making sure that
get
we have
something
that out there.
And start
Yeah.
working on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Since it's a public hearing, I was just making sure that information is out there so that it gets considered.
I think we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Any further discussion? Any more comments? Good.
No more discussion, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Seconded.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Brian McDaniel.
Yes.
Brad Sargent. Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries at 1:24 p.m.
Item 12, discuss consideration of possible action regarding the proposed zoning regulations for the town of Ocean. Approval, rejection, amendment, and/or postponement.
I would make a motion to approve the zoning ordinance for the town of Oakville.
Take a second.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan. Brian McDaniel.
Yes.
Brad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, there it is, okay. All right, item 13, discuss consideration of possible action to open the public hearing for comments and questions pertaining to the proposed subdivision regulations for the town of Ocean. Get a motion.
motion to open the public hearing for the subdivision regulations.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Randall Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries at 1:26.
All right. We have discussion. Adam?
Yeah, I'll start us off. All right, so this basically creates our rules for how land can be divided and developed in Hochatown. It creates kind of a consistent review process for any new subdivisions, replats, plats, lot splits, so that every development is evaluated using the same standards. Okay, this also will require the developers to properly construct roads in these subdivisions, drainage, utilities, and any other necessary infrastructure before development is completed.
Felt the same about subdivisions. I mean, God knows subdivisions, I know subdivisions, I just worked in subdivisions. I think this is fantastic.
I do too.
Fantastic to get something on the books. Is it perfect? Can we improve on it? We'll keep adding and improving, but it sure gets something on the books.
And there's a lot of subdivision improvements and preparation things that, you know, bridges we have to cross, so to speak, and that we will as time progresses. And what's great, just like with what we just discussed with the prior item, is we have, you know, the future to make any alterations or changes or amendments that we need to, but this is a solid, beginning. You guys did a great job on it.
That's the question.
I got one question that I have to ask. I'm gonna do the whole damn thing, and I agree with every word of it. But the one question I have is on cul-de-sacs. And I'm on page 32 to 77. There was some language taken out on cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets. Item number 1. The wording of the cul-de-sac radiuses, the 50-foot and 60-foot, was removed. I wish Cody or Ryan or somebody, is the fire code covering this?
Brian,
Or why was that depleted
Say it again, Howard.
on the, Ryan, we're talking about the cul-de-sacs and turn radiuses for safety and stuff. And I can pull it up on the red line on my phone, but the wording of the 50-foot and 60-foot radiuses was removed on what we're looking at right now.
Jessica could comment on it.
Yeah, Jessica.
Yeah.
Jessica's
She
still
can answer
on,
that
okay.
here next to you, right?
Yeah, you're correct. That was removed, and the reason it was is because it was conflicting with the Garber standards that the town has already approved. So I removed that language so that the Garber standards will, outline those regulations in a radius, and so it was removed because it was conflicting.
So the Garber standard, is it not in this book? Or where is that?
This is actually, it's in the appendix, so if you
Okay.
go, let me scroll there now so I can give you a page number.
And that's 74, 75, the roadway standards.
Page 72.
Okay. Something I might have missed somewhere?
Well, this is standard we hold ourselves.
It's item number J on page 72.
60 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, there's your 60 feet, okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Very good, then, thank you.
That's
That's all I needed to know. I just know it was removed and then know it needed to be covered somewhere. Okay, you're good.
Good job, Howard.
Just seeing how that hot seat felt.
Yeah, that's the standard we hold ourselves to, and the one that we're applying now to these. This one draws lines where they don't exist at the moment.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is a really good launch, I think, and then, just like I said on the one before, we'll continue to revise it and improve it as we go, but we've got to start with some lines that connect us to those guys that are, those people that are subdividing.
It's not just like a big day.
Over here,
It is.
talk to anybody, that's kind of
Yeah.
thing to say.
It's a public hearing.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
No other comments, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on the subdivision, on subdivision regulations.
I second
Just
that.
say, roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries at 1:30.
Item 15, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the proposed subdivision regulations for the town of Bush County. We don't have any further discussion, we need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the subdivision regulations for the town of Ocean County.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel. Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Fantastic. Yep.
I just want to offer a huge thank you to all the members of the planning commission.
Yes.
This started forever ago when I was on the planning commission, so that's how long all of this has been, processing. And I should, be mad at myself for not attending more of the meetings. I did go to one for like 3 hours. And I think that's the meeting, you guys stay until 6:30 at night or something, so. And to Jessica, because Jessica's been right there with them the whole time too, so thank you all
Let's
so
not,
very,
let's
very
not
much.
forget Ruth's input on this.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely, that is true too. True, yeah,
Great job.
she was the standard bearer.
You need to put her name in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Bruce,
Bruce rules.
Bruce rules, I love that. There's- Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jessica,
Jessica.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys, Brad. Okay, guys, let's move on to item 16. We've got a resolution of the Mayor and Board of Trustees of the Town of Hochtown, McCurtain County, State of Oklahoma, implementing the municipal records retention requirements of 11 OS 22-131, adopting the Town of Hochtown Records Retention Manual, and providing for the retention and disposition of municipal records.
This is a neat item with Julie. So state law dictates and federal law dictates a lot of the periods over which we have to keep documents. And so it's really nice for most of my towns. I create a policy book that says how many years, whatever, and the manner in which you have to keep them. It's really nice for our staff, now that we have plenty of staff, to be able to say, oh, I wonder how long I need to keep this evidence, whatever. So we have created a policy manual that has all of those deadlines in it. And there are a number that aren't dictated by state law. So what this allows us to do under section 22-131 is for the municipality to dictate those terms, which so all of those deadlines are included in there. This gives our team an easy way to just word search and figure out how long they need to keep something. So this just has to be formally adopted by the board so that we can move forward with it.
Fantastic. Thanks, Lou.
So, my question is, there's a state statute that says the municipality is required to do this. But I just heard from you, we get to set the standards on how long we keep.
No, so it's a combination. It's a combination. Under 131, there are a number of things in other state statutes that we have to keep because state law says you have to keep these for 5 years. But then there are other things that we know as a municipality that we have and we need to keep. Where state law doesn't dictate those, this manual does because we're adopting those. And it's typically 5 years. It's almost all the
And that
default
manual
is.
is part of that state statute. Is that what I'm hearing?
The state statute allows us to adopt those
To
via
adopt.
our manual. Yes, yeah, under 131B, I believe it is. Don't quote me on that, but it's in 131. Yeah, so where there's any gaps of documents we know we like to retain in state statute, we impose that upon ourselves so that we know we're doing it the same all the time.
We can be more stringent than not only.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-5, implementing the municipal records retention requirements for the town of Ocean.
Diane, take it. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 17, discussion, consideration, possible action to approve resolution number 2026-06, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Ocean on extending the deadline for renewal of short-term rental licenses and payments of fees from July 1st to August 29th, 2026.
So this one is introduced due to the transition period that we've had here from open forum. And this, I thought it was a bumpy ride for the taxpayers, and so I asked Julie to draft this resolution to provide them with a little bit of grace as we transition this. So that's where this came from. I feel like it's a reasonable request based on kind of the hardship, if you want to call it that.
Kind of same thing we went through last year.
Yeah, we said same as last year, different
Looks
rodeo.
like deja vu here.
Yeah. At least there's still progress being made every year.
There's progress being made, considerable progress being made at the moment. So we'll have more on that. Stay tuned to this channel.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Ocean County extending the deadline for renewal of short-term rental licenses and payments of fees July 1st, August 29th, 2026.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Rick. Item 18, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding revisions of the Town of Ocean County vehicle use policy, include standards governing the use of town-owned and personal vehicles for town business, take-home vehicle assignments, incidental personal use, passenger authorization, accidental reporting, and related provisions.
I'll talk on this issue. You guys should have a red line on this. The changes in blue represent what I'm proposing. So as you guys all know and recognize, we have lots of emergency personnel who, you know, could get called up from home all the time. So our policy already provides that those folks can take their vehicles home. The prior policy already included de minimis personal use by employees operating public safety command vehicles and duty vehicles. It has come to our attention from a practical perspective that when we've got these folks, they might need to drop a kid off at school on the way to work, or drop a kid off at someone's house because they're the only parent at home and they're going to an emergency. The kid's got to get in the car because they can't leave the minor child at home. Incidents like that. So we've tried to very narrowly tailor these revisions to address a limited circumstance. So you'll see in section 4C, the town vehicles shall be used for town business purposes only. This previously included the exception that employees could use, public safety employees could use it for the de minimis purposes I just discussed. That has been revised to say employees are assigned to take home public safety emergency response vehicle may use the vehicle as reasonably necessary while remaining available for immediate response, and that gets qualified under D4, which has been added to allow transportation of a minor child or a minor for whom that employee is the legal guardian for limited circumstances. School, childcare, church, medical appointments, extracurricular activities, and family obligations within 25 miles of their residence or duty area. But before they can do that, the employee must have disclosure, authorization, and waiver and insurance in the form required by the town, and provide proof that the minor is on separate accident insurance. The minor obviously needs to comply with all safety laws, seatbelts, etc. And this can interfere with the use of the equipment or duties. And then lastly, it just reiterates that the limited passenger use has got to comply with those standards. So this, I think we already had in place the de minimis personal use by our public safety employees. I think this makes clear what we mean by that. And when we've got passengers in the car, what that's limited to, and it gives some protection for the town by having the waivers and the required insurance. So this is what I'm asking the town to consider adopting to account for the fact that that use is just necessary when we've got some public safety personnel with minor children.
Liz will know that one of the OMAG meetings that I attended, our Oklahoma Municipal Assurance Group, which is to keep us out of trouble for things. Matt Love was the attorney at the time for that. Specifically, we discussed these issues, so this all was good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Liz. Okay, guys, if there's no more discussion, we can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to the town of Hochtown vehicle use policy, including the standards governing the use of town-owned and personal vehicles for town business, take-home vehicle assignments, incidental personal use, passenger authorization, accident reporting, and related provisions.
Give a second.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager,
Yes.
Diane Jordan,
Yes.
Todd McDaniel,
Yes.
Travis Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, item number 19, discussion consideration possible action regarding entering into engagement agreement with Crawford Associates PC for general accounting and advisory assistance and budget preparation and amendment assistance for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, including authorization of mayor or town administrator to execute all necessary documents. So this is just renewal of current services. Any discussion? If not,
Jim, any comment?
we good?
You good?
Yeah,
We need,
we need them.
We need him.
Good. All right, good motion.
Make a motion to continue into the engagement agreement with Crawford and Associates, for the period of July 1, 26 through June 30th, 2027.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel,
Yes.
Travis Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item 20, discussion consideration possible action regarding a right-of-way easement agreement between Warehouse Forest Holdings Incorporated in the town of Hochtown for a perpetual non-exclusive easement providing vehicular ingress, egress, utility installation, maintenance, and roadway improvements to town property. Adam, do you want to speak on this one?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be able to bring this one to you today because we've been working on this one since January. I'm thankful for Skip and for Liz and their assistance in helping make this happen. We've had a lot of conversation back and forth between Warehouser and the town's legal. And right now, this is just an easement agreement, and I hope to, establish a trust in our relationship with our road maintenance operations. And one day, I hope that they'll be able to sign complete ownership over to the town. They've done that before in the past with some other governmental agencies, and I think once that we have that relationship with them, they'd be happy to.
So this is specifically on which road? That's what I've seen.
Yeah. So we already have a portion of Leucata Trail as it sits, but this is just the last piece that we need.
Great, Adam. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for all of our work.
Well, a lot of it, and like you probably notice in my town administrator's reports, every month I was hitting on it, but a lot of it had to do with they just had significant turnover at their legal department, and so there wasn't really any
Change and turnover.
Yeah, so sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, guys. Give a motion.
Make a motion to approve the right-of-way easement agreement between Warehouse Forest Holdings, Inc. and the town of Hochtown for the perpetual non-exclusive easement providing vehicular ingress, egress, utility installation, maintenance, and roadway improvements to town-owned property.
I'll second. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Travis Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Adam. Discuss consideration of possible action to approve a tender agreement with Developer Surety and Indemnity Company regarding completion of the Camp Ranch Road resurfacing project and the Greenland Chinook Halibut Railroad project, and authorize the town administrator to execute the agreement following approval as informed by the town attorney.
All right, so again, here's another one that I'm excited to bring before you today. This one has been in progress for months. Essentially was held up with the surety company since Wade had defaulted on the project and filed for bankruptcy. The bond company just came over and took over the project so that way we could hit on the performance bond to guarantee the actual job completed. So we finally came to an arrangement here. This is a tender agreement, and this is basically where the bond company selects the contractor. we approve the contractor, the bond company agrees to basically pay the replacement contractor to complete the job, and we will have to enter into this agreement essentially to make this happen. So while we don't have an estimated time frame of when construction can continue, this is a turning point for the project, and I think that things are gonna be expedited, things are gonna start happening a lot faster to get construction back out there to complete these jobs.
Just minor to add to that from legal, we couldn't keep working on it once the default happened, and so we were frozen in our tracks until we got the bond company to go through this process and authorize our ability to move forward with MKP. So once we have these approved and executed, we're the biggest hurdle that we've had to jump will have been accomplished. And this is for both Green Lane and Camp Ridge.
A benefit from doing this tender agreement is that we can take this project back over without having to restart a whole new bidding process. And then the alternative to this is a takeover agreement, and that's whenever the bond company basically manages the project. And so if you imagine the delays that we've already seen to get to where we are today, imagine that managing a project. And so things construction would just take forever. So this will put us into an advantageous position.
Charles, do you have anything to say on it?
But I concur, those were my thoughts initially, was if we go the route of having the bond company execute the project, we don't know what those results will take, that amount of time it will take to get results. And we're pretty confident in ours with, subtract the defaulting construction company, I think we can execute in a very timely manner.
And have a solid product.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that whole Chinook area down in there, it's a challenging project that we want to do right. And I think, taking some of the additional time, and then with this happening, I mean, it's all going to work out. It was just a situation where we had to take some steps to get to a place where we could, complete the project in a way that we felt like would have long-term, usage and benefits. So that's the way I took it anyway. So with the combination of this delay, it's going to work. I think we'll have some action pretty quick once you have.
I hope so.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
I would just ask that you guys track the language in the agenda item to authorize town administrator execute it following my approval. All the terms are in here, they just need to plug in some bond numbers and stuff, so I want to retain that approval to finalize.
Okay. Can we get a motion on item 21?
I'll make a motion to approve the tender agreement with Developer Surety and Indemnity Company regarding completion of the Camp Ranch Road resurfacing project and the Grand Junction of Calicut Bay Road project, and authorize the town administrator to execute the agreement.
Following approval.
Oh, I thought you wanted, following the approval, as informed by the town attorney.
Yeah, thank you. Cover me too.
Can we get a second?
I'll second that.
Howard, roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item 20, consideration and possible action regarding the selection of decorative stamp, concrete texture, and color options for the raised center median improvements associated with the US 259 project and providing direction to benchmark specifications. So Adam, you want to take the lead on this, or do you want Charles to?
Yeah, I'm gonna punt this over to Charles. He's the one that inquired about this. He was asking if we had any input on some of the
You guys do have
concrete that's gonna be in the center median.
Yeah,
There
we just
should be
have to
some samples in the
render
back
these.
of your packets.
So is this going to be for the phase one?
Well, the intent would be to stretch all the way through from phase 1 through phase 2, and maybe go back into phase 3 a little bit, whatever we do that.
Okay.
But the idea was, we're starting to work on this, and I didn't want to start something down in phase 1 outside of you guys, like jurisdiction, and then get up in here, and then all of a sudden it changed colors, or it changed
The
texture.
stamp, yeah.
Yeah, the stamp and the center median. So in an effort to get in front of it and make it all nice and uniform throughout, I was like, well, let's just go ahead and get started down here on the south end. So right now, we're down there between 259A South and 259A North. There's some sections within this first sequence change where we'll have an opportunity within the next couple of months to start placing this. And so my thoughts were, if you guys have a construction crew here in-house eventually in the future, it may be more beneficial to go with a roller type machine as opposed to an insert and stamp machine if you want to end up utilizing the same texture on your other streets or any other applications. So just in an effort to stay uniform with you guys' own plans, I just wanted to offer up the options and ideas so you guys can give us some direction.
And texture can be selected independently from the color.
If there's something else, a different type of color that you would prefer, I would not.
Say that again, Adam?
You can pick the color separately from the texture. So if you like one texture but you don't like the color that it's in, you can change it up.
So is there any way of getting, I know with ODOT, is there any way of getting a rendering of where that can potentially lay?
Like in the road?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is there, do y'all do that? or-
Between north and south, 259 is north and south. How many islands do you anticipate are in that section in that 2 mile line? How many times would we see that in that 2 mile line?
I think you'll see that everywhere that there is not a cross street. It's going to extend all the way up through there, and then anywhere where you have a left turn you got to make, go northbound to west, that's the only spot it won't be.
And I guess that's the reason that every time I drive that road, I look at it, and I see all these curves going up.
Yep, it will be all those.
Has the
So
design
what-
changed that I got behind or slipped on? I thought it was supposed to be 5 open lanes with stripes on the road, and you could turn anywhere in that turn section. Apparently that changed.
Yeah, it hasn't.
Now we're curb and gutter both sides all the way.
As long as I've been
Left turns
familiar.
and right turns.
Yeah.
Okay,
The whole time I've been familiar with the project, it's been really
Okay.
exciting.
okay.
Well, Charles, we've never had a sidewalk before, so this
Yeah.
is really new for us.
I understand.
It's a little overwhelming.
I'm sure.
We're a hazardous turn area.
I'll tell you what, I like the more natural color, to say, the brown, the tan versus the gray, because I think that feels more nature to me. And I also like the, and I don't know what that design is called, but I know it's like the 1, 2, 3, 4.
More of a flagstone type of
Yeah.
randomized sign.
Yes, I like the randomized of it,
Okay.
because again, the number 1, it feels more natural because it is randomized versus, something that's very straight or even the herringbone that's very precise.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
Number 3 to me looks like what you put in the bathroom shower.
Shiny, no?
No, just the design, yeah.
Liz,
And so I too like the
One of the
the
more,
one.
looks more
But
random.
I
when they do
prefer
like those brick
this
stamps,
gray tone
it's
because
hard when
to
people
me it
in
looks like
wheelchairs.
river rock over this yellowish
For
color
stamping.
here. It looks outdated to me.
It'd be nice to be able to get a rendering of some kind, maybe more ODOT can help you with that.
We could get
I'd like to see
the
like a visual of it,
I don't have the packet. I don't have anything to look at.
Yeah, we use it real quick. Yeah.
Okay, well,
If it's certain textures, especially on the sidewalks, it's hard for people in wheelchairs. And part of that is
That's
accessibility.
25-year color, it ain't gonna fade, or what, is this gonna be redone in color over 10 years, or
But
what?
in Oklahoma City,
You have to
they
freshen it
have
up
those
once in a
areas
while
where they're
in order to
stamped
keep
with the
that
brick
original
patterns.
color.
And it's really hard for people in wheelchairs. Because if we
That
want
first
people
one,
to
that's flagstone, done with roll.
I think that the flagstone is probably gonna be done with mats.
That's what I'm thinking.
But even if so, we'll be able to train our workers to make sure that they understand how to utilize that with powder and stuff.
I'm just thinking ahead into, as we work on some of these fire egress and trail systems and so forth, we would like to have something that we tie together, right? So we'll have some continuity across our community.
And I can live with any of them. If one of them's easier for maintenance for us later, I'm good with that. Like I said, I'm just happy with any three. I'm happy.
Well, roller's much easier,
Yeah, that's-
and, but it's, maybe doesn't give you necessarily the design.
Yeah, just to mention, although it's not mandated by NHTSA or the Federal Highway Safety Administration, lighter colors, it doesn't say you want a conspicuous median, so lighter colors, especially in low light situations, are safer, so that might be a consideration you take when considering the color.
So it'll.
Plus, lighter
run-
probably fades less.
It'll run a, what's it, base width of it, on that median, the width, is it gonna be 3
Yeah,
foot?
it
She mentioned
varies.
something.
So in the locations where you have a turn day, this won't exist, you'll have a curb. So you have a curb for your northbound traffic, and then you'd have a curb at the back of that curb for your center turn lane. And then as you get out of that queue location, it'll vary from 0 foot out to 10 foot. And then at that spot, that's where you would have the
crosswalk. This is
full lane.
Am I understanding you said there's a curb in the queue between
This is not what
the
this
passing
is.
traffic?
Yes, yeah, so your queue traffic will be protected from the opposite direction traffic.
Interesting, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The lot of the color, maybe safety.
For NHTSA, yeah, and also I assume that the lighter colors would fade less,
Yeah, you would,
especially since
So
you're.
what's on here?
it'll also be within a concrete colored curb section as well. So from the road, you would see the barrier curb.
Yellow.
Well, you do a white surface, and there won't be a stripe because it's curved.
So how are we, you want us to pick one today, or?
I just want to get thoughts on the preferred color type and the preferred texture type. And then my intent would be to get with the vendor and make sure and touch base with Adam on the exact.
Okay.
I'll raise my hand for number one in the gray color.
Yeah, it's a very stressful decision.
Just the one that, because it's.
It's almost like,
Yeah.
almost like we designed a police badge.
I don't have a big amount on it, I just wanted to make it an option for you guys so that I don't have to.
Can I get another bid for item when the color number one? In the audience.
My only comment was back to skips, I mean, at what point do we, yeah, I mean, skips, do we pick, I mean, Brenda and I like number one and the color number one, but do we reconsider rollers versus the stand?
Yeah.
You know, do we go there? Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a custom roller that'll do that. If we
Kind of what I
decide,
was thinking.
we probably could, if it comes to that, and we think we're gonna be laying some miles of sidewalk and bike trail, and we'll do that.
Yeah, don't care, I mean, this,
Whichever's easiest.
Yeah, he said he could train your staff too.
I think when you see it distinctive, like, I know when they first did those overpasses in Dallas, when they were redoing Sam Rayburn in that area, and they were doing that colored, stamp in there. It's very, stamps your identity.
So it's only like this section right here.
Right here, that might curve around and have like a little planter in some places. In the final plans, those are the final plans. So
I said
there could be some
You can
spots
go
there.
with number one exactly the way it is. Is
So
that what I understand?
no walking across the center median.
Almost feels like a resolution.
There might be a crosswalk here and there, but that would extend across that way.
But where the crosswalk is, it would be flat and straight.
That's how I told us too.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
yes.
Yes. Yes.
Make a decision and behind you.
Nice.
Thank you.
You guys let it go on that one.
You just didn't tell us that.
Yeah.
We'll just figure it out.
There was so much going on there. Could you tell us what the decision was again?
Yeah, we chose.
Design one as is.
Design one as it is. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to 23. Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding approval of the closeout documents for the 2025 Kettle refund grant for the Old Hochtown Road asphalt rehabilitation project, including authorization for the mayor or town administrator to execute all necessary documents related to the grant closeout and final reimbursement request in the amount of $125,000.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, staff is recommending no action on this item. We have received the funds for this grant, and you'll hear more on this later.
Okay.
Make a statement, taking no action.
All right, no action 23, let's move on to 24. Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding revisions of the town's committee framework to include establishment, consolidation, dissolution of committees, committee composition, membership, and appointment, procedure, scope, authority, duties, related policies, procedures, and appointment of committee members as appropriate. So I would like to entertain a motion to postpone 24 until next meeting.
Take no action.
Lay it on the table.
I like, let's table it so it will come up on the next meeting.
Okay. Get a second?
Second.
Diane? Roll call vote, please.
Oh.
Howard.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Robin Kenny.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Let me see what the next agenda is.
Yeah. Item 25, I'd like to do the same.
Yeah, read it first.
Yeah. 25, discuss consideration, possible action regarding the appointment of members to town, host town, finance and administration committee. So if we could, would like to request.
Same motion, I like my motion, table it to the next meeting.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Robin Kenny.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
26, discuss consideration, possible action regarding the renewal of the Delta Dental of Oklahoma Selection Dental Benefits Plan for eligible town of Host employees effective October 1st, 2026, as outlined in the renewal proposal. So this is the same plan? Yeah, go ahead.
Same thing as last year, $55 per employee.
Same coverage, same premium.
Yep.
It will be in a consent agenda moving forward, but we just need this time, accept it.
I know it's been vetted.
Go ahead, I get a motion.
I make a motion to approve the renewal of the Delta Dental of Oklahoma Select Dental Benefits Plan for the eligible town and Houston employees effective October 1st, 2026, as outlined in the renewal proposal.
I'll second that motion.
Howard, second. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Robin Kenny.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters. Motion carried.
Item 27, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the renewal also of the VSP Signature Vision Benefits Plan for eligible town of Host employees as outlined in the renewal process.
Same coverage, same premium.
Okay. Mr. Renewal.
I'd like to make a motion to renew the VSP Signature Vision Benefits Package Benefit Plan for eligible town of Coach County employees as outlined in the renewal proposal.
I'll get a second.
Second.
Diane, roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Robin Kenny.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, item 28, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the renewal of the group term life and accidental death and dismemberment insurance plan for eligible town of Host employees as outlined in the proposal from One America.
Same thing. Same coverage.
Same thing, same coverage?
I make a motion to approve the renewal of the group term life and accidental death and dismemberment insurance plan for eligible town of Host employees as outlined in the proposal from One America.
Get a second.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Robin Kenny. Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item 29, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the selection of a medical benefits plan for eligible town of Host employees, including the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Oklahoma renewal proposal and related gap plan options as outlined.
Okay.
Your turn, Judy.
So, option one is if we just renew outright the plan that we have,
the existing.
That hurts, right? So, there's two other options. There's a Blue Cross Blue Shield medical plan with a standard gap coverage. So the annual combined premium for this is, saves the town approximately $16,913, compared to renewing it to the original plan. Employees on this one must satisfy the medical deductible before gap benefits begin. Option 3 is a gap option with first dollar gap coverage. So this does increase by 14%, but it saves $12,926 compared to renewing it to the original plan. The first dollar gap begins paying coverage and benefits immediately without first meeting the medical deductible. So after reviewing the renewal options with our insurance broker, staff recommends approval of the medical plan with the first dollar gap option. Although this option costs approximately, rounded up, $4,000 more than the standard gap option, it still reduces the town's renewal increase by $13,000 compared to renewing it with the current plan. And it provides employees with immediate financial assistance through the first dollar gap benefits, and it helps offset the higher deductible associated with the lower premium medical plan.
Julie, I'm not following what pages you're on here.
So,
I don't see page numbers, and I don't see options 1, 2, 3.
well, I should have gave you my summary. Okay, so this is our medical, so this is if we renew it outright.
I got that.
And then here's the first option. So it still increases by 19, but it's 13%.
Right, so there's option.
Then
Is this option 2 and option 3?
then this is, it just kind of shows you that the gap between the standard gap in here and here's with the first dollar. Yeah, so the standard gap and then the first dollar.
So the standard gap kicks in after the deductible's paid, right?
That's true. It butts up against it, that you have to meet your medical deductible before
Yes.
the other one, you're meeting the deductible at the same time, okay. There's a little bit higher copay, there's a little bit of pain for the employee, and so the first dollar offsets that a little bit. Because copays do go up slightly, generic drugs, for instance, go from $10 to $20. So it is, but that's the world of insurance that we're in. The whole marketplace, there was not an option. They shopped it for us, and this is as good an opportunity as they presented to Judy. It's your choice, but the staff has vetted this, Adam, Julie, and I all agree that first dollar is probably our best choice.
So that's option 3.
Correct.
Option.
I'm just trying to figure out how we word it.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
When you say option 3, when am I missing the word option 3?
This was that
It's
other.
there, it's not.
It doesn't say it, it's
I
just.
see option 1 and option 2, voluntary group.
So,
So option 1 is just renewing it with the current plan.
As it is.
Yeah, and then, so like here, it breaks it down here, just the renewal, and this is option 1. And this is still option 1, but it has the comparison with the standard gap, and this is the first dollar with the comparison. It just doesn't want this, it wants to say the first dollar. But that's how it was laid out stuff.
And this is the increase.
The increase is 4,000.
this is the difference between them.
The difference between the two.
Comparison to the renewal
Okay.
of the plan that we have now.
Okay. 4,000 less.
Well,
It's still increased.
Yeah, we're all, so,
You're still saving.
yeah, we're all,
Still the same. Instead of
You have some roads to go look at.
Everybody over here playing, yeah.
How do you describe it?
What's Thursday, so?
Nice.
There's some nice heat, there's some nice heat popping out this window over here.
Yes.
And because the staff has already looked this over and has
Correct.
recommended this, so I would make a motion that we approve the first dollar, option 3, it says here, Blue Cross Blue Shield medical plan with first dollar gap coverage.
I'll second. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, item 30, discuss consideration of possible action regarding the addition of voluntary employee paid insurance benefits, including voluntary life insurance, accidental death, and dismemberment, and accident insurance for eligible town of Hochtown employees. So this is a current.
So I'm asking for approval from y'all so we can offer this to our employees. This is voluntary, so it comes out of our, comes out of the employee's pocket alone, but I do have to have your approval, that we can offer it. And it's just additional life insurance, accidents, and
This is all within the existing policies that we provide.
This is
additional.
we're just asking you to make this available. It doesn't cost the town anything.
Right. But,
And
We don't have this right now. This
yeah,
is new.
this is new.
but my question was, for instance, if we are a term life policy now with someone, is this that same company? Or is it different? It doesn't really matter.
This is two different options, as I recall.
You
so
can pick.
we can use the same company, One America.
You can also-
Or the standard, nothing else.
They can decide.
Okay, so they'll have the options of which
Yeah, and
company.
this is something where he had a statistic where over 7 out of 10 first responders sign up. So it's something that municipalities typically make available, and we just have not done it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Learn to grow through.
Can we, we're done with discussion, we can get a, motion.
I make a motion to approve the addition of voluntary employee paid insurance benefits, including voluntary life, accidental death, and dismemberment, and accident insurance for eligible Hochtown employees.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard. Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Before we move to the executive session item, I didn't want to stop our roll that we got on there. The only thing from item 9 that I know we didn't take any action on that, it was just a presentation of the report. We do have to approve the treasurer's report. So I would ask that we, if someone would be willing to make a motion to approve the treasurer's report. Back on item 9A.
I would make a motion to approve the treasurer's report as listed under county administrative reports A.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters. Motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, guys, item 31, discuss consideration, possible action to convene into executive session as follows. For item A, pursuant to Title 25 Oklahoma Statute 307B1, to discuss the employment, hiring, employment, promotion, disciplining, or resignation of Blake Bennett, Douglas Copeland, Cody Gilbert, Clay Adaball, Mike Lane, Justin O'Day, Hayden Taylor, Justin Voss, Adam Boston, Austin Wheat, Chris Ruiz.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried at 2:15.
All right.
Now give us the library, can we go on there?
You can go over there, or we-
Is there anything else?
Is it print?
Yeah,
You got chairs?
yeah, that's that chairs.
Okay.
The chairs we had for the highway patrol. Great seeing you, sir. And, I don't know if I see you when I get back.
I think so. Yeah, I'll read that very
Liz?
Hey, do you have the
So dust control?
rest of the reports? Town administrator, all the,
Yes, but it's not great.
I think there's a packet of them right there. Can I get it? Is that the only? I think they were all
She
together.
lives near Stevens Road. She lives near Stevens Road, and so, we've got dust control going on Camp Ranch. The other day we did Canyon. Today's Camp Ranch, I think it's just gonna be Camp Ranch for the day, because they're limited on truck drivers. Apparently this contractor has a bunch of truck drivers quit on him. So it's gonna be a slow
The only one
process,
that's not here is
slower
the
than I
special
originally
program.
anticipated, when I told you it was gonna be about Tuesday, so sorry about that.
Okay.
But it's still on the list,
Thank you.
so I'll show it. Yeah, show it before. And get it all knocked out, but it's just gonna take a little bit of time, but it is still 100% on the books, and I just wanna let you know. Okay, yes ma'am. Cool, man. See you.
Oh, you're fine. You were covered up by the report.
I mean, I'm trying to think of one that I've seen like that. I haven't seen one. Thinking about, because those have been maximum supply at the OKC, and that's probably where they're vendor that you know, originally I was thinking about like, the deep work has like those jagged layers. It would have been nice to find something like that would have been like a smaller scale, but I couldn't find anything like that outside of having a custom form made and then pouring it monolithically within a custom form. But that would just be way expensive.
I was just curious.
Yeah. And then hopefully we can extend that on up through the second phase as we're moving along and already have those handy to you on our
Well, like you said, that. Well, their most recent drawings, they took out the lane and was made barrier. So that was all conversation.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, Crystal was just pointing out like this
Oh,
drawing.
those are like,
Those are the renderings from ODOT.
that was so long ago, those are not.
Well, but the reason I was asking and pointing them out is because people were talking about where are these and what might they look like, and turn lanes, and yeah, they're older, but just to clarify on where they would, because there's this one too.
You would be misrepresenting the project if you showed those today.
Oh, I'm not showing those
No,
at
I'm
all.
just saying it's if you, from the meetings that we had, the public forum meetings, these are no longer.
Not doing valid.
They're
Because
they're accurate in sentiment, but not in final.
right, this is kind of what. So, I was clarifying because I didn't have a packet. I was clarifying: are we also talking about sidewalks or just center medians? Because if somebody gets on there and they're trying to go like at a crosswalk, if they're trying to go from a crosswalk to a crosswalk, because people will do that. I mean, if you've been anywhere where there's center medians and they're wide enough where people can walk, they will do it. But
It's literally walking at balance beam.
Yeah, and I don't know that it'll look like that either, because it's going to be a back of curb on those spots.
It's 12 inches if I remember.
Yeah, there might be a total of 12 inches on the top by the time you get to the front face of one curb.
because this one is the one, and I'm not showing that on camera, but this is the one that Howard was kind of alluding to, except not having, because he was alluding that you could just, because that was one of the original conversations. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was that's what he was thinking still, was that we still had that suicide lane in the middle, and we don't. We have more of this all the way through, except where there's a specific turn lane, which kind of gets you back to something
Yeah.
kind of like that, but then connected in between.
They have the zippers at tight intersections where there's not room for a wider median, but that's it.
Yeah. And this is the one that he saw in the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the one we were all presented with a couple of years ago when all this started.
Yeah, that would have been back if we're gonna make minimal impact and not really do a whole lot of,
That was before they did the first public forum meeting, and then they had received feedback.
Yeah.
So all of these were, I mean, it's great to have as a, form of reference, but they're not accurate to what.
Because isn't this one still going to have, is this one going to have trees in the middle or not going to have trees in the
I
middle?
don't think so. Based off the renderings I've seen so far, there's no intent to have trees in the middle of it.
Okay. Because that was
I know
something,
that as a US highway that they would allow that because of, field of view.
So we have before.
they do,
They did.
There's
they
a-
did.
On a national, on a
on a
highway.
U.S. highway. Yeah, in Oklahoma, on a U.S. highway. I've seen them. Yeah.
Divided?
Yes.
Undivided.
Just like this. And this is from Oklahoma Department of Transportation. This is one of their renderings.
Yeah,
And this I can't remember which city they brought this from. Because they had this somewhere else, and so they did allow it. But there was discussion back and forth about the maintenance of it. Because you've got all of our log trucks running through, and the height of them, and all those kinds of things. So,
The bad thing about doing it is that it limits us on our stabilization options. Like whenever we're going through and we're stabilizing our subgrade, we may end up running into a spot where we really need to mix cement or lime. And if we do that, it's like, well, suddenly we can't do any of that because we'll have roots that you don't want your trees to die. And so now we can't build the road.
because there was also a big conversation, and there was even this was probably a year and a half ago, there was a conversation about vegetation, like lower ground vegetation,
Yeah.
to go in the center of those
Yeah.
because of the oxygen and carbon dioxide and beauty and keeping that natural. Like there were all of those conversations too, but it's kind of looking and sounding like it's just going to be concrete,
And asphalt.
and asphalt, and more asphalt.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, hopefully with these textures and stuff, we'll still be able to maintain a natural type of look.
Well,
to some measure.
Since it's not going to have those suicide lanes, are they putting up? Do you know if they're putting up no U-turn signs and most of those locations, and how they're going to get a point where people can U-turn,
Yeah.
especially pulling a boat or an RV?
Yeah, I think that.
Because they already tried to do that right in the middle of 259.
I don't know. I don't know how that. So that capacity won't decrease because of it. Because you'd have your middle lane, which you'd be taking your U-turn out of, and then you'd have 2 lanes. So you'd be U-turning into your outside lane.
Well, right now they're doing it on 2 lanes.
Exactly, and so the capacity would improve.
If there's enough gap between
Oh, yeah.
the 2 sections, but now there's curbs and sidewalks where there weren't curbs and sidewalks before, because a lot of times when people are heading either direction, they'll use like the volunteer fire department. They'll use that turn space and use that driveway to come through, or they'll use the property that's just above that, or they're trying to do that at Easy Mart.
It'd be nice if there was enough room at a couple different spots where you have a big elevation grade difference, like over at the hill just over here, and then down
At Carson's Creek.
Yeah, and then down below at Carson's Creek, like you have an up high, and then you have a low under the bridge. It'd be nice if you could go up and turn around and just do an outside lane, just Texas turnaround, and come back down around.
Yeah, but can you imagine them trying to turn around right there on that hill with log trucks coming across the top?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, they also are using the bank to do U-turns.
Mm-hmm.
And no plans for any new stoplights?
They won't be doing those, because they use my driveways that you turn to, and that won't happen because it'll be a curve, and they're reducing the number of driveways, so you won't have an open.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because there's gonna be a lot of people that are like, oh, I wanted to go to Hochatown, but now I gotta go down and turn around and come back, and
They'll be turning right.
to where? Like, you turn right onto Stevens Gap Road, where are you going?
59A and take a right and go down to Landing and have to turn around in Landing and come back, or all the way up to Fada and turn around at the retail center there. And
Yeah.
they're gonna, you won't be able to do that, there'll be curbs, they won't be just driving off the road.
Yeah.
Because we also have the same concern that freight trucks coming into businesses are no longer gonna be able to just pull in. They're gonna actually stop probably in one of the lanes.
And have to back in.
No, there will be no backing in. They'll have to stop in one of the lanes and stop traffic.
Oh,
Those trucks can't back in.
Yeah.
You can back into a parking lot on a busy Saturday.
oh, because I was gonna say, yeah, they can back in, but not on a busy Saturday, or, yeah.
90% of those drivers can't back those trucks up anyway.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at the fact that I back the boat just about anywhere I go. I would assume that they were better drivers than me, but maybe not. Okay, and then, but have you heard anything about any new stoplights? Like at
Along
Luke
the
Fada or Carson's Creek
I've
or
only heard-
Sugarberry or anywhere?
I've only heard some questions like what you're asking now. Have you heard anything? When it comes to the design, I don't think there's any. There's right now with the new phase design. There's no. From what I've heard, it doesn't sound like there's any additional signalized intersections. It sounds like Stevens Gap is the primary, and we're already signalizing the 259A north with this phase. I don't know of any other ones right now at this point.
So, have you seen a plan about where Gutter Chaos is, and is there going to be a turn lane there? Or is there not going to be a turn lane right at Gutter Chaos?
Yeah, I think that they were intending to tighten all that up into one connection point. Because turning out of there, they'll have to be able to turn left, and that same road turn right as well, and then traffic to be able to come into that eastbound street return, all at that same intersection. That's the one by by the taco stand there too. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there'll be a
that's my
divide.
understanding. They're going to tighten all that up into one road.
But then on 259, is there going to be a turn lane to go onto that?
Oh yeah.
From the left coming in?
From southbound, you'll be able to turn left into it.
And so from there, you'd be able to go right. If you're coming out of Orca Road, you'd be able to go right or cross over and go
You
left.
go left. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have either option there. The named streets, it's my understanding that they generally have a left turn.
But not all the businesses.
But not all businesses.
Okay. Okay. That helps to clarify a lot.
I wish that I could see the 60%, but they just haven't gotten it out to me yet. They don't know that they might not even select me for the next one, so
We need
a
to
moot point.
request a new traffic study, because the last traffic study for stoplights was done in 2018, 2017. Just trying to think of when we got the Stevens Gap red light, because it took place a year and a half before that.
Okay.
But they haven't done another feasibility study on those traffic lights or anything since then that I'm aware of. Because at that point in time, the three that are there, 259A South, 259A North, and Stevens Gap, were the three busiest intersections. But that was before the big boom happened. Okay. I'll call it out and see what it takes to get that, because I can't remember how we.
Not bad. Brian, you have to go for a walk.
Go across to the coffee shop and get you one of those powerful teas. They We're pretty good. Okay.
How cool is it that you have a hat to match my shoes? How neat.
Exactly, pretty close.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Well, I call it my granny's couch.
Yeah,
When I first saw it, I was like, I got it.
that's coming back now, so it's old sofa.
I can't say how many other books I've seen. Like,
Yeah.
I
They call it
We
Granny
would-
Cottage Core.
Yeah,
In
we did.
Home Decor.
we do love it. Smoky's is a good
Yeah.
theme, but I saw that and I just laughed at, and I said, I'm gonna do this just on art. It's kind of one of those fashion things you just kind of throw in there and just hope two people will do it.
Right, right.
And
No, it's
I mean,
on
just-
trend.
It's
It
just
is.
like, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
I thought it would be more,
So it's nice.
it's mixed. It's probably pretty.
Well, that is surprising, actually. Huh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that one. Of course, I see more and more flowery shirts and
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
too in
Well, I
summertime.
mean, Natalie always laughs at me. She goes, oh, these pink hats aren't curly. I'm like, nope, they're not supposed to be.
No, no, and even, I mean, the football team, we have like, pink out, and it's a cancer fundraiser, and I mean, they all wear pink, so. I was actually looking, they have these the parks now have these, I guess they're big like tarp flag things that they put in the shade. And I was like thinking, man, if I could do that over my backyard area.
You know, when we were in West Texas, we had a huge party at our house. When somebody had a parachute, and they brought it out, and we got poles and put that parachute out. It made a big difference. We tried to stop, Friday, Saturday, your parking lot was packed. Couldn't get in there. And somebody pulled in with a boat
Mm-hmm.
and then blocked everything.
Yep. Yep. He hit the corner of the building trying to get out.
And my nephew and his wife were here.
Telling you what. This guy, I mean, you shouldn't, I mean, there was no reason when he pulled in there, you couldn't look at that, assess that situation, and that was not the place for it.
No.
That looks nice and cloudy, it doesn't look hot at all.
Huh?
Looks like it's nice and cloudy and cool.
Well, just park your butt out there for a little bit.
It's nice and cloudy and cool and humid.
Yeah, it's one part from here.
I sat in the back porch last night. Well, we got a little bitty portable water cooler. And we got a bag of it, like I had a ice maker. And I put enough ice in there. I got the temperature down to 72 on the back porch. And I was gonna get one. Put my hand in there. Heck no. Even with the cover off, it's still hot.
It's the one thing I like about this lake and the river, is that you can actually get the water filled fresh. Back,
I don't think we've done.
our pool this time of year would be like 85 degrees as far as warm backwater.
We put one several years ago, bottom water above ground, and it was under all the shade trees. And that water was always cold, getting in, it didn't get enough sun. It started rusting and tore it out.
That's been a story right there. What can you do? We've done pickleball and swimming at the cabin, and I'm like, it's pretty hard.
Yeah.
Oh, it was too warm, I'm like, go river.
Go to the river, but that'll cool you off.
Go fit the lake, the lake's even cool, I mean, subjectively to.
I don't know, we hadn't been to the lake in 3 years. Really? I like going to the lake.
This is a nice lake, it's not like over there, dirty water in south part of Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah, they
It's like
had,
getting in a mud bath.
we grew up, supposedly it was Lake Dallas. And of course it was trashy, and, but it was still cool. But, and then when I met Howard, we spent all our time in Lake Texoma. His mom and dad had a place up there. And, they had something, I don't know how I got on that website, but I popped up on Facebook or something about, they're real big. That crosses up there from Texas and
Is
Oklahoma.
that the 377 bridge?
Been many nights, we tied up out there and fish,
Bridge.
fish on that bridge. Yeah, a few weeks ago, it was on Facebook, they found a deceased snake in the box up there. Right off the Willis Bridge. Somebody roll them over? I think they delivered it and just stopped it. I can't. It just kills me when people do it. And that family of 5. It was killed all kids and all. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. and they didn't make them anymore, that width. So I just, so we tore it out and used it for storage, but kind of missed the double oven. And Kim, that's what Kim found his house, and all his ovens, the oven going out. Well, he don't cook hardly anyway, so, yeah, Amber did most of the cooking. But the cabinets, the kitchen cabinets, they're solid wood. And but they're the ones that's got the front on it, you know, built out, top that. And the paint, so the solid wood. But then he got between the kitchen sink and the ends back here, and then there's a wall, that's got a big huge opening between the den and the kitchen. And I'm sure that's a load bearing wall. And if I were him, to remind it, I'd tear that wall out and make it one big room. And it's only 2 bedrooms. Well, he didn't need anything else, just him. We could probably get it. Now that building is slowed down, I'm gonna have to buy some materials. Decorated yet. Yeah, he's done a little bit of work over here. Yeah, I knew that he did. I went and looked at it and he was working on that. It's, but they got offices to build and they can't do anything until the fall. So it's a whole year of the monument. He went with survey. Oh, yeah, did a current survey. Most of the restrictions of the plan is heavily on the, yeah. So she's already bought, David's access place. You know where my bathroom's at? Yeah. Okay, on the north side, that was his land. He sold it to his friend, and he built that place. And then David Sachs bought it, you know, and then, those are got it and moved out. So it's like, I think it's on the inside. So there's, you my house, on the north side of Matson's. Yeah, you turn that road, go on that road. Oh. You go like Mary, into a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so a house down there. It's a metal building too, back off there. It's one of the first ones you come to. Yeah. And he's got cypress trees across the front. Okay. I didn't know David Sachs had that. Yeah. When he pulled out of Todd's place at work, he bought that down there. But out back, in the back, huge roll up doors. Alan, that friend of mine had a gigantic boat. And in one closet back there, there was that little chest. He pulled it out and put down his pocket. That kind of stuff. Yeah, Alan was a big lake person. And they not grew up together. Mike sold him that land. Then he sold it to Robin and sold his stuff. I run into Mike every once in a while at the grocery store. And Scott's back working at First Bank. Oh, yes. Helping with the loan officer. He's kind of grew up. Kind of matured over 10 years, and her husband they moved to Arizona and they helped her. She was in Fox City. Yeah, she always loved horses, I remember that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I guess we've been a lot, I've been for, they started coming up here in 92, 93, something like that, when they had that fire, that pop shop that's behind the bake place. Mm-hmm. He started that fire, and it went through and was headed towards our place. And with the windows out here, but Mike called, and Mike had no keys, their keys left. So he went down there and got 4-wheelers out. We didn't have a boat at that time. Turn on sprinklers all the way around the house. And Karen had to jump in the truck and haul ass up there. And we drove down Ocean Road, and it was still stuck on fire and smoking and stuff. That got runner, sparks, he was burning up. It was super small. Yeah. I mean, we started the fire and it got out of control. Yeah, it did. We didn't build like place. And we finished building a place in 2001. So it was after that. So y'all hang out on the roof up there? No, exactly. Is it your first time? Mm-hmm. That. So it went through. What is that? So it went through that whole wooded area through there. Yeah. And they had the big fire planes from Fort Smith. Came down there and dipped into the lake and dumped water on it. Cause we lived across the road from the city, so across the old bookstore road. Where the saloon is now, that house behind. That was our house. I mean, they stopped it. The house on the corner, when you turn on Connie, and then turn that place, that house right there. They got it put out before it got put back down. But it came all the way through past the high line. We used to hunt. It was always over time.
see how much it costs for the concert?
Huh?
Look on the last page at how much it costs for the concert. Cost the town over $4,000 for the concert,
Which one?
the most recent one.
Boozy.
There were two concerts that night.
I know, but
You have to listen to the one from the saloon, I mean, from
From-
the casino. It was nice. They had good voices.
Oh, Flatline's great. I was there.
Well, you did. I didn't have to pay and I could hear it.
You know, we laughed. We said, Ken probably here for this one.
Yeah.
bottom,
He broke down the overtime hours.
yeah.
Oh, that's,
But that last page says concert at the time. That's like all the stuff from the concert day.
Yeah.
Yes, there were 2 concerts.
so it's not regarding this specific concert, it's just they brought in overtime.
This is what they.
They mainly brought in all those people because of Boozy,
Yeah.
because of his concert. But that's not the only issues that they had, because I don't know, one of those DUIs they caught was coming off the lake.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I know Tipsy.
Well, they could probably get a dozen of those every Saturday.
Yeah, they need to do those. You know how they used to do the, Joe will probably remember this. They used to do the police and park enforcement right there as you, just after you come out of the state park and you come around that curve where right now there's a big boat park there. But like there's that open space on Stevens Gap Road, and they used to do a lot of enforcement for alcohol. They would check your breath and get you out.
When they used to, when we had that stupid clams, that mussels, and they were down at the boat ramp. and they would-
Chicken boats.
You washed your boat down when you pulled it out of the water.
Oh, I remember when the lake patrol actually patrolled the lake and would pull you over for driving the boat.
Oh, they do that. They found a stolen boat out there one day.
Yeah, that was funny. That was some poor people that rented it didn't know it was stolen. You should know when you pay $700 for a whole day.
What is your?
Yeah, it wasn't legit.
No, that's about average.
$700 for a whole day?
Hmm.
No.
There's several economy boats. Is $100 an hour. BB Outdoor Rentals is like $700 to $750 a day.
I don't really care to go out on the boat.
There's even a couple that it's like $450 for half a day. If you're getting it outside of the marina. Now, but what'll get you is the refill of the fuel.
Yeah.
Because it's $6. I paid $6.78 a gallon when I refilled the other day at the marina.
Yeah.
But if you're going back to back, or if you got, you don't have a choice some days.
And we always pulled our boat in and out.
Well, I do too. I do too, but it's almost hard to get when you're coming across to no, I can get in and out of anything, but when you're coming across into Little Easy Mart, because that's the easiest in and out, really, that drop off from where the concrete is, it's like a 2.5 to 4 inch drop in some of that location, and your truck hits it and goes boom, and then the boat hits it, and then going back,
Yeah, it is bad. I went through it the other day. I call road that way.
Let's not talk about roads.
We had one guy, he came and redid the culvert, on Rose Lane. And he's the first one that had actually graded it smooth. But ours is asphalt and it's all tore up.
When you were talking about the concerts, the lodge was, landing was flawless. Plenty of parking,
Yeah.
in and out, no traffic, but a lot of people hung out.
Yeah, that's all a line of porta potties.
Yeah, they had, there was no issues.
It was, you know, you said that you had to pay? Yeah, they had like selling tickets.
Yeah, they sold tickets.
To the outdoor concert.
I mean, you could just walk right up there.
No, they had it, they had barricades brought in.
Okay, that's what I was
So they had it
wondering.
fenced off essentially.
Okay.
And then they had one entrance.
Okay.
Of course, if they had an emergency, they could have broken down and
Right.
Where within the,
On
like,
the east side by the pool,
oh, okay.
I was wondering how they.
so,
Like in the parking lot out?
no, in the grassy area.
Oh, okay.
Did they, would they have put up for seating, you brought your own chairs?
Yeah, yeah, you can bring your own chairs.
Okay,
We just took our concert chairs that we used at ACL over here.
okay.
Um, Then you could get we actually got VIP tickets, but it was at the pool and you could sit in a cabanas or anything at the pool, which actually wasn't that advantageous other than getting a place to sit, but,
Right.
it was hot that day, so the pool was it wasn't fun to sit around. It was
Okay.
humid. And then when you sit there, they have a fence around the pool, so you were looking through the fence and the landscaping there, so we ended up just going and sitting in the general, but
Yeah.
they had the bar, the pool bar, and the bathrooms for VIP. If you bought the VIP, you got to use those bathrooms, so instead of porta potties.
Okay.
So it was worth it for that.
Yeah, right.
Especially my wife, she doesn't like going into, she prefers air conditioned bathroom.
Oh, yeah. That part doesn't bother me, but I don't like small enclosed places.
She doesn't like those either.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was nice. It was a good concert.
Yeah, I heard that was.
Like I said, plenty of parking, so you don't have to worry about getting in.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I think, based on what I heard, they probably had as many people there as the Slim had, if not more.
Yeah, kind of what I heard too. Oh, that was good.
And they played for 3 hours.
And they didn't start it, Reese started, I heard midnight.
It was on Meeting, right? Yeah, I've heard different things. I heard he didn't come out until 12:30, 12:45.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that too.
only played for 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's awful.
Only finished one song.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. That's not good. Wow.
But that was all third party stuff.
Yeah, like mom, I used to.
a bag of chips a minute ago.
I had some nuts.
Goodness, I thought Chad said they were almost finished when he came in before. Oof.
I'm getting out of here, I don't think I can drive out here, four-wheeling it through the golf course. Yeah, those have always been higher for the
Yeah.
those. They have, I think they cover liability and stuff.
Well, Howard was great because, Curtin County inspected our propane tank roof.
You're at the one at the house.
Yeah. They checked it out, they checked out the line that goes into the house, and everything's fine. I've got propane range, and Howard's got a propane heater in the and that's all that we got in the house, but it checked out fine. They'll make sure that they don't have to reinspect it. But McCurtain County found out. We had it count them for years.
Usually it's the other way around.
Comanche Dental Clinic, Batiste.
Was 179.
Okay. I'll call them. I'll give them a-
You got over to the house.
That's a good question. That can get a little bit gray.
Well, what I usually do is go into the office and tell
What
them,
is your take?
I'm at like 30%, bring it up to 80, and she figures it out, that's right.
So August 31st.
On the 7th, August 31st. Cause this one is August to September. August the 10th to September the 4th. Anyway, I need to get it before winter.
Goodness.
There's our kid. He's been there. This is his 3rd year. I got pictures of him. Hey, still, it's just an 8. It's big.
Height, height and girth, not too wide, but
Well, he's still young.
mainly
Look,
height.
I mean,
Yeah, he's not got a big body.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, if you're just looking at his body, that's skinny.
Mhm. Maybe we can put up something.
Is that how the house?
No, Carla, the flower shop.
Yeah, down the bus, or down the street.
Yeah, anyway,
Fifth Street.
they raised her, I bought them from her.
Oh, I meant the deer, sorry.
Oh, the deer, no, that deer's in our backyard.
That isn't that.
Yeah.
So he's pretty protected up in that area.
Yeah.
He's essentially in the city limits.
Well, it's like, right back there, kind of neat, where the damn Indians. And then Greg's over on that side of us. And then Greg has 3 acres where he's at, and then 5 acres on the corner. So when you're coming down Tom E and you turn where it's wooded.
So it's Greg, Chris's brother.
Uh-huh.
I know Chris. I think he met Greg once, but
He's a. He stayed in there.
yeah, Chris says he doesn't.
He bought, he does. Oh, is that the guy that was singing the other night? I'm taking pictures of recipes that I need to write them down and delete these pictures down. Whoa. Yeah, that fell over. I always say, like at my age now, that I hope I'm alive to see all this finished.
Yeah. We probably never will.
Cause that'd be kinda cool.
I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's right there. I can just lean back.
We just had our 58th wedding anniversary.
I know, I cannot believe that. Mm-hmm.
Actually, we've been together 60 years.
Wow, it's a long
We were
time.
together 2 years before we got married. We played golf on our big anniversary. And finally, with the breeze that we had last weekend, it was cool enough to get outside.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
I need to, boy, it's gotta cool off. I got nails down. I need to get picked up everywhere.
And my trees are losing a lot.
Yeah. They're all out back, but it's, are just mowing around them.
Yeah. Come on, guys, it's been over 2 hours, that's long enough.
This is, been the longest one. How much did they went into?
No, this is.
2:15 is what somebody told me.
Yeah, they stayed in here longer though. There's been a couple that were 3 hours. They were in here for 20 minutes and then out there for 3.5 hours. So I was hoping this one would be that long.
I was afraid of that.
Maybe,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can do that.
I know, I always park up there. So I'm good.
Well, it's like, we buy those things and the coffee group are gonna have to quit parking up there. They'll have to put up
Yeah.
signs.
Are they gonna lease?
I think so. I think they're gonna.
I hope they keep them, I don't want to run
Yeah.
out.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't make sense to run out, but I just was curious about that. So,
Yeah.
but-
Yeah.
Cause that was, I think that was one of the questions, cause municipality lease.
I can see that.
Well,
I think so, as long as it's not a.
But see, and then Bogus, we're paying $1,500 a month for the library. And she rented out the apartment with the library for somebody. Some lady, they just found out about that not too long ago. But Bogus already got a place to make it. And then she talks about going back to Southern Hills and building another house.
Oh, no.
But she built this down here so it would match
Yeah,
the
no.
rest of it. Yeah. Okay. Mitch like disappeared for like 2 months. And showed back out.
Oh, where are you?
I was kind of feeling he's back in jail.
I wish you was.
So nobody, I think the grandson's back in jail too.
Oh, well, that's so sad.
Well, after this though, it'll be over, so.
I know.
As long as they don't have any new unscheduled business.
Yeah. Well, unless there's any new business, I don't know. Never know what pops up in their head.
I'm on my 4th watermelon for the summer.
And a third.
Third.
The one I bought for Carla,
Uh-huh.
oh my God, it was so good.
Oh, wow.
It was so sweet, and it was humongous. It was all I could do to carry it in the house. And I cut it, it was so long, normally I cut it lengthwise, but it was so big, you know, cut up one half of it. I always cut it up, put it in mold. And then I cut 3/4 of the other one. Put it in the refrigerator, and that's why I get pull it out and pull it out. So it went out to the deer. Yeah. My chickens, when I, usually in the evenings before dark, when it's cool off a little bit, I'll go get the watermelon, put the picnic table, and they all come around, and they know they get some too. Yeah, I took the rest of that, the last slice from Carlos, it was in the refrigerator, and put it out there. And it froze, and we had offers on it, and then the deer were eating on it. Yeah, they didn't eat the worm.
They'll eat everything down to the line.
Well, but the last that I cut up was this past week, and I cut it in little slices like that, where I can cut it out and put it in the refrigerator, so they were, about this long and they go away, so I just threw that thing out there. The deer devoured it.
Usually, I mean, you can put a quarter right there, but it's,
They'll eat it,
well, just right down to the round.
That's what they did with the other piece I put out there.
That guy
But if it's cut up, then they'll
growing
eat it.
watermelons on some property out from Costco. The deer would go out there and knock a hole in it, just enough stick a
Yeah.
shot in it, and eat just the heart of it out, and go to the next one.
That would be aggravating. Well, that was when Carol Gibbs was still married. And out close to his swimming pool, she planted potato plants. And green, and the deer would come take one bite out of it. Move over to the other one, take one bite out of it. So it run all over the tomatoes. Carla didn't have run out, their tomatoes are everywhere, so. I know if you live up close to Callister, they're just now, I'm seeing their watermelons and cantaloupes. There's several nurseries that has popped up on Facebook, and I go Google them to see where they're at. They're too far, so, yeah. But the old man that does that, he's gone on his price. I know, he did. $2. Well, last one I bought was $15.
Is that the one down
On the north side.
Back Sheridan.
Yeah, they're good. And it's cantaloupe, the first cantaloupe I got, was really good. It's real sweet. And, but last year, I was only paying $10. Well, I paid $10 just the other day for a watermelon, yeah. That's where I've been buying them from. They cost, I think, 15.
So I'll be able to have it over from it for about $6.
Oh, wow.
Probably 4 pounds.
Yeah, threw a bunch in the trash. I had breaded it and laid it out, I laid it on cookie sheets till it's frozen, then I'll seal mill it. But it's been in the
Is it done?
for 2 years.
I'll be done with me.
Cleaning the freezers out, organizing my deep freeze.
Stuff is awesome.
Yeah, I found it was a tri-tip, it was the whole thing, and it was seasoned, and it was dated 2016. Throw that out for kids. No, we thought that the petting zoo, and her thought, and we took all of it to the petting zoo. Yeah, she said, we have a huge deep freeze and we can take
Yes.
it.
Yeah, it's been great. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Just leave it there. Take it away next time you don't get there.
Okay, thank you.
They took this to bed up off her hands. I had a bunch of them.
I wish they would add a pause button to live.
Even though it's still in still now. Washed out. Yeah. But they said you were good at it, here. She said, well, anytime you get stuff like that, you're more than happy to pay. I took some rock beds that I wasn't using anymore, had quite a few. I took those to them. One day, Robin was still involved in the park. After we had two igloos. Oh, yeah. The dog house. And gave those to Robin. And then she got crossways with them, she park. I don't know what happened on that, but she works the shelter in Idaho. Walking back. Oh, what happened? I didn't know. Then the time she ate the house full and got really sick. They had people in the totally dehydrated. That one wasn't near it's like this one was. Whenever she starts living again, I'm gonna look for the knot myself and put a hole in it. I may have to put on welding gloves to hold her down, but yeah. About that time, that last litter of kittens that she had, and she started bringing them over to the house. I went on Cindy's and got the rest of the sweet one, and nasty, dirty, they all had one lunch, covered in fleas. Her and I gave them all that. And then, well, all 4 feet, new clothes came out. But they had to get some of these off of them. We kept one, and then Jagger found out we had them in the house, and Cindy called, she said, Jagger wants the kittens back. Do you mind? And I thought, I don't mind at all. And then, cause she had those 4, of course, we kept Kitty, we kept one of the litters, but she had 2 other cats over there. And had a couple more, anyway, she said, I came home from work one day, and she said, every now and then, I'm feeling a dog cat. I look at her now, we didn't do anything with that. I think she paid somebody to come get them home. Her mother probably. I think she's got a freak of her daddy, it's not, we haven't seen it yet. When is Jeff today? He used to go there all the time. They're so different.
You weren't the last one on the list either, were you?
Harold is right.
What's that?
You weren't the last one on the list either, were you?
No, they hadn't even started on the PD stuff.
Harold's nice.
Oh, there's, I don't know how long they've been.
Limbs over our dead tree fell in Carol's pasture. I'll black him to go get it, put it back over on our side. He mowed around it the other day and mowed, so. He's told us before, he said, go ahead and take the fence down over our fence. I said, well, it kinda keeps our property line. So his fence on the east side is actually a foot up on our property.
Do you know how quickly Shelley will upload the meeting?
He knows that right.
So I do that,
Okay.
I put it into the converter as soon as we get home, but sometimes we go eat first, so it might be,
Tomorrow?
no, it'll be tonight, but it might be 10:30, but about 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. I just may not be able to hang around for the results.
I'm considering.
The audience is fading fast.
Yeah, I mean, I could take a nap for a little bit.
Did you come in 2 separate cars?
No. I don't know why I don't, but. You're stuck. Unless you want me to take it home. You know, I didn't carry a house key anymore. Cause I'm always parking in the garage. Which I don't know where the one's at. Right. Yeah. When I never have power failure, then I'm just outside. That's true. Well, that was it,
That's how
yeah.
my son's house is.
Ours was out
Right.
there. The couple that lived directly behind us, we associated with them a lot.
Yeah.
And, I knew the people on one side of us. That, now several of the people that I worked with at TI lived on that same street. I knew them from TI, but.
Do I wanna stay or do I need to go?
And a key outside, keep it out there,
Yeah.
belongs to that building. So, I'll get home, I'll go like grocery store or something, and Howard gets home, come and get something. Everything, I go in the house and feel like his man cave was in the front door fire. I forget the lock, the front door. He just assumes when I leave, I'll lock the front door. Maybe they had a porch light burning. He didn't know why.
Okay.
And those stupid birds that build their nest up there in the corner. They never came back. They built the nest, worked on it for a month, and then left. I don't know if she didn't breathe or something, but, maybe she got a house. It's a real house. House full of work with it. Hell, they sit on the fence and they pull off up and down the
Yeah.
line. That was
Yeah,
what.
that's a look like.
My willpower ended.
Oh. Your willpower ended?
My willpower to stay is about to end.
Yeah, I may just have watermelon for supper tonight. Yeah, I couldn't believe when he had gone up. I know last year we bought watermelon for somebody.
But that's what I paid for mine last, couple days ago. Was 10.
But it wasn't a real big one. Monday, when Monday come home, I thought I would stop. And they need one of the tractor, that big old rock or whatever it is, it's right there.
Not quite yet, but you should have. How about still out of here? You take that. Oh, okay.
He's in the office.
Is that everything sure?
Yes. Really, I mean, they interviewed with my dad,
What would this mean? Why are they putting Worcestershire sauce on the roads in Ho Chi Town? Are they spraying something on the roads that makes them darker or something?
Dust control.
Oh, what?
Where do they
It's
get
not
that?
steak sauce.
Well, I knew it wasn't steak sauce, but the question was why are they putting Worcestershire sauce on roads in Ho Chi Town? It's like, dust control.
Yeah.
Okay. That's funny. Well, I guess if it's on a darker road, it would look that way, wouldn't it?
It just turns the.
Evan called me yesterday.
Did he? Worried about us?
I don't think so.
I saw your text message. I didn't answer it yet, but I did read it, so. That's progress.
I didn't expect that immediate.
No.
I knew you were flooded, that's why I just did that instead. It's like, you get to it, when you get to it.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to engage in administrators just like that. I mean, birds that. Marissa had to go, she got close to a fire, so she's known for 2 weeks.
Working?
Montana, I think she said.
You can check battery and all.
Yeah.
Isn't it just water they're spraying out there on that? Or is it a chemical?
It's a chemical.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you what.
Start with it, yeah, that's something. No, Worcestershire sauce. It's like an ice cream, same thing, it's kind of, not
got a little something to weigh it down a little bit.
It soaks into the soil and actually compacts it together as opposed to just water.
Could be over.
Evaporates, the stuff doesn't evaporate.
Gotcha.
Man, this might be the best batch yet. It'd be 3 hours almost in executive session.
I know.
Longer than a meeting.
Yeah. But, you know, it's personnel, so
Oh, I know.
I would assume that they take their time. and
Yeah, I would too.
Give everybody the proper due benefit and due process.
Skip, am I looking in the wrong place for archived videos and minutes? Because the last ones I find under bulletin board, archive of meeting minutes and agendas is November the 21st, 2025 on the website.
Okay. No, but let me see what's going on with it. You're in the right place, but there may be some kind of disconnect there. I'll check it and see.
Okay. Yeah, and the last HPC ones are from November 19th, 2025. But I think, wasn't that around the time y'all changed some stuff?
Look at a dynamic page. I think it may be something where it's just not.
There's a link broken or
Yeah,
something?
you're not seeing it publicly. It's there, but you're just not seeing it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, this is good.
Thank you.
77%. Okay.
unusual.
Yeah,
I was looking for something in I think it was February 2026, and I couldn't find it anywhere. That's fine. I've got full days and nights for the next 4 or 5 days.
Might be your dispatch yet. Thank you. They're easy to make too. Well, she said.
You are welcome to bring them anytime.
Hey, I try to alternate what I bring.
Yeah.
It's always
These are really good.
whatever you bring. I'm not gonna do that Circle K cheesecake.
My excuse is I just need some more beta carotene in my diet, so I don't have to eat
Hey,
two
it's
of them.
got carrots in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to eat 2 of them, you know?
Carrots.
Beta carotene.
Carrots in it. What I said is practically like eating vegetables.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't eat the sugar to this all through this time. I had to let it set for a while. It's like the apple cake.
They're coming.
You have to put
Woo!
the apples and sugar in there until the sugar completely dissolves. We talked about it, this dissolve. Yeah, I may change it out, honey or water. Oh, yeah, every day, because it gets so hot. And, but then I've been draining it into a measuring cup. And I put it back in the refrigerator, the hot water, to cool it off, and just add to it. And then dump it in. I'm always, this time of year, buying sugar. I have one feeder in the front, the back, so the door's got the ones that guard it. And they can't see both of them at the same time. It's always been, I got 2 minutes.
So they'll have supper until that.
Now I got a female. The female one. Oh, she's hiding the male, right? I got 3 females.
3 hours. I think the first one.
You gonna have supper over there?
Do I?
Have y'all have supper over there?
That's why it's all the things that would come back. So where's the hot dog supper?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be an adult fight.
Well, you gotta call 'em. You're running late. You'll get a ticket. So you're not gonna eat dinner?
I'm thinking about it.
No, you don't need to, you're good. I'm good to stay. Julie, I'm putting my book on your desk. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No, I'm okay.
Air conditioning working good over there?
Did you really talk?
I want to start.
She did,
Yeah,
really
one
went
minute.
apart. 2,800 to 1, with the honest.
What were you, was it a fundraising thing or something?
No, it was, well, you know, we don't have a clinic,
It's in
you know,
Detroit.
and the med clinic in G Queen, he runs 7 to 7, 7 days a week, you know, I'm like, well, since we don't have a med clinic, we'll just take this card and hand out these Band-Aids in one corner.
What was it, how it was?
Well, he was giving away a
Commenting.
card because he has like this little card
Oh, on
that
the
the staff.
Facebook comment.
Yeah. they-
Now, so it's a 14-year-old car.
That's okay.
Yes, that's $75
I mean,
an
when
hour
like
for
you're
commissioning it. And like,
But still, free car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's cute. How many miles did it have on it?
75,000 miles, brand new tires, they put brand new tires on it. Yeah, so for less than $200 for 6 months of insurance, I'm gonna drive around.
Yeah, once you depreciate it on your income tax.
Yeah, that's just it, like, worth it.
If something happened, you do part of that loss and pay taxes on it. So
Yeah,
it's good.
so they're like, let's just give it away.
Yeah, that's a smart move.
So,
But it's, oh, is that what?
it was fun.
No.
I've been driving it around.
Phil, you got the camera here?
Probably.
It gets open up.
Okay. Hey Chad, give me a second.
Hurry up.
code.
Video. Good.
We're gonna move to item 32 and reconvene in open session. If I can get a motion.
Make a motion to reconvene in open session.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries at 5:10 p.m.
Item 33, statement of executive session minutes. We went into executive session to discuss the employment, hiring, employment, demotion, promotion, discipline, or resignation of Blake Bennett, Douglas Copeland, Cody Gilbert, Clay Hadamall, Mike Lane, Jason Leday, Hayden Taylor, Justin Boss, Adam Boston, Austin Week, Christopher Weeks. No action was taken. 34, discuss consideration possible action on any discussion from executive session.
I make a motion to make an offer to Justin Boss as a patrol officer, at the rate of $28 per hour, subject to OPER's board approval. OPER's is the Oklahoma Public Employees Retirement System.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to offer Mike Lane a position as road superintendent, so correct title, at a salary of $70,000 with a $5,000 meeting bonus that will be, then I offer a package some contingencies. As road superintendent, contingent upon pre-employment screening.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
No.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I make a motion to terminate Christopher Williamson's employment with the town of Hochatown immediately for the good of the service.
Second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I would like to make a motion to approve posting the position of police chief for the town of Hochatown, for both internal and external applicants, candidates.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Howard Haggard.
Yes.
Diane Jordan.
Yes.
Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Chad Sargent.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right, item 35, new business, any matter not known which could be reasonably foreseen prior to the time of posting the agenda.
I would just like to ask a question.
Okay.
Just thinking about the fact that it's very hot, very dry, and we have no rain in the forecast. If we determine that it's necessary to establish a fire burn ban, is that something that has to come before?
I have your answer for that because we had this problem happen last year. We do not have the authority to do that, but we passed a resolution or an ordinance of some sort last year that if there is, I can't remember what the standards are, but if there's a ban that's issued by another authority that's allowed to do it, we have put some things in place that allow us to have some communications and some authority go out. But we don't have the ability to, under state and federal law, to proclaim on ourselves, but we have a workaround.
For some reason I was thinking something changed last year.
We will be adopted,
We adopted the change.
here adopted that process,
We
so.
also discovered that Choctaw Nation has an ability to do.
Yes, that, we included that in ours because we knew we could always work with Choctaw to get them to issue one, and so long as they issue one, we can do things to enforce it.
Okay.
So we have a kind of work around contingency plan that I'll make sure we brush up for anybody that needs to know about it.
Yeah, and then it allows the
Yeah.
department to do that.
So we are covered. Excellent.
Okay, sounds good. 36. Consideration of possible action to adjourn. Roll call vote, please.
Howard Hager.
Yes.
Diane Jordan. Yes. Todd McDaniel.
Yes.
Travis Burton.
Yes.
Brenda Walters.
Yes.
Motion carried at 5:15.
Adam?
Yes, you heard correctly. Police Chief Chris Williamson was terminated effective immediately for the, what did she say? For the good of the service. That was the terminology. For the good of the service. Sure, there will be more to come on that at a later date.